From Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
And good afternoon, everybody. It's Walt here at DFW Airport in Texas, Saturday, August 27th on a hot but not as hot as it used to be afternoon. Let's get started right away, shall we? We've got a Viva Aerobus coming in, a colorful Viva Aerobus from Mexico, Monterey to be specific. And no, I normally don't play the music while I'm watching planes land, but I couldn't push the button in time. That's coming in from Monterey, an Airbus A321, and that's our first arrival here on Runway DFW. Play Stinger. Okay, as I was spinning around to get that aircraft, I bumped into my cooler. So we are here broadcasting from DFW Founders Plaza. There is our satellite truck beaming our signal across the globe. And we welcome you to this beautiful day. It's so beautiful, I actually set up a cloud cam today. And there it is. We've got some really nice clouds in the sky, which will provide the backdrop for all the aircraft you are about to see. So welcome, wherever you may be. I will check in on the chat room momentarily. We have found ourselves kind of a nice setup today. We are underneath some shade. Normally it's populated by people who want shade, and today it was empty when I got here, so I thought, I'm going to take this up. So greedy me, but there's still plenty of shade for people who want it. But our equipment won't quite get so hot, and in the shade it's a balmy 95 degrees. So let me see what camera I'm on. It's kind of similar. So we'll be here with you for hours upon end today. There's an American Eagle Embraer 175 arriving. Where is it coming from, you ask? All-knowing host of Runway DFW. My oracle tells me that was coming in from Omaha. Is that right? No? Chattanooga. Close. We've got an American Airlines flight going out now to still pretty bright even in the shade today, although that will be mitigated somewhat when the sun peeks behind the clouds. What have we missed so far today? Well, since I've been here, we've seen a Lufthansa come in from Frankfurt, and what was the other one? I don't know, but I've got them on. I think I'll try to play them back here in a second. Beautiful 777. American Airlines, passing under some clouds as it arrives. But there's so much glare on my screen, I can't see where that was coming from. Oh, that was coming from Rome. Roma! 11-hour and 11-minute trip. We've got a 20-year-old 777 making that journey. Should give you something else to look at instead of the sky there. We have a United jet now making the turn here at the top of runway 18 left as my cord gets tangled. It is no, this is a United Express, sorry. It's an Embraer 170. This is on its way to Chicago O'Hare. You don't see too many Embraer 170s. You usually see the 175 version. So there with the skyline of Dallas behind it. Here goes this plane up in the sky, bearing the older current United Airlines livery. And there you get a twin spin. And that second plane was coming in from Jacksonville. It's an American Airlines A319. I haven't even had a chance yet to look at my screen. Now making the scene from Los Cabos in Mexico, it's American Airlines 1304 and A321. Los Cabos at the southern tip of the Mexico's Baja Peninsula, popular tourist destination. There again, a look at our sky. Quite a beautiful sight, and I imagine we'll be very colorful towards nightfall here. We're looking over to the east side of the airport now, where this 737 is coming in from Charlotte, I think it is.
Left at Whiskey Lima, American 1304.
Got a couple planes getting ready to take off, a couple of American Airlines jets. One is off to San Francisco, one is off to Tulsa. Let's see what we got here. This should be the San Francisco bound aircraft. It's an Airbus A321. I want to thank you all for joining us here on this Saturday afternoon, or whatever time zone it is in your locale. We're positioned about 100 feet south of where we normally are here at DFW Founders Plaza. And that's mainly because this shady spot was available to us. Take a look here. It's like a kind of a canvas canopy that is over us, and as the sun goes down, it will no longer provide protection. But here in the middle of the afternoon, it's very nice. Coming in from Querétaro in Mexico, here is American Airlines Flight 619, an A319 minibus on Runway DFW. As far as the weather goes here, we've got 94 degrees currently. The wind is out of the south at probably about 5 to 10 miles an hour. It's a nice breeze. And it's quiet for a second or two here, so let me pop into the chat. Bill Platt, are the first of our DFW, or Runway DFW Moderation Federation members, says, shout out to my best friend and love of my life, Brittany, while I watch and moderate DFW. She's behind me preparing and studying for the start of her nursing school next week. Wow, that sounds challenging. Good luck with all that, and thank you again, Bill, for stepping up to the plate and being one of our inaugural moderators. Spotting TV is doing some dual work, observing two channels at the same time. Definitely a hard thing. I guess I need more training. Well, we're here to help you get that training. Coming in from Chihuahua, it's another Airbus A319, American Flight 1014, Chihuahua in Mexico. Here's the yellow bird now facing extinction, Spirit Airlines. This one is going to Los Angeles. I haven't heard a timetable on what the JetBlue plans are for its proposed merger with Spirit. It's always kind of fun to see these yellow planes pop up. So we've got two planes on tape for you to watch. Actually, there's no tape involved. It was recorded that I'll play back from my camera. One is Lufthansa arriving from Frankfurt, And it happened so fast. Oh, it's the Finnair flight from Helsinki. We'll watch that. The A350 coming in. We should. I think we'll see the Finnair go out, and I think we'll see the Lufthansa go out later this afternoon. But sometimes they get directed over to the east runways of DFW Airport, so we'll keep our fingers crossed that they'll let them take off from over here. I got distracted there for a second. Got an American Airlines flight coming in from Mexico City, which you should see in your frame momentarily. There it is. (737-800). And our next attraction. Yes, this should be American Flight 2514 winging its way to Phoenix, Arizona. And Airbus A321. Okay, let me see if there's anything about to imminently happen here. So, okay, I'll queue up our two most recent sightings. Let's check this out. Yeah, there's a Lufthansa coming in. Again, this is recorded just before we went on the air. And I don't think we get the sound coming through the camera, so it's... I can do that, I guess. Okay, so that's touchdown. Let me see if I can recall that the next one. Okay, here comes the Finnair, I think. There it is. So, a couple of bonus planes coming in. And there we go. Extra planes via recording here on Runway DFW. And there again is the beautiful cloudy day we have here. Yeah, it looks like we're just in time for a 777. What do you think? Coming in from Phoenix. It's American Flight 9779. So there you go, 3 heavies in a row. 2 via the miracle of digital recording and 1 live. And John P. is saying the BA King, the British Airways A380, is due in about 2 hours. And yeah, I looked this morning, it looks like it's on time. And it looks like that plane that we just saw coming in was what they call, I guess in the business, deadheading. It was coming in from Phoenix, apparently with either no passengers or making some sort of a special run, because instead of turning left to the terminal area, it turned right toward the towards the hangar area. So unless there was some issue with that plane which caused it not to go to the terminal area, I'm guessing it just was flying in for maintenance or some other reason. And you know what? We've got our first queen of the day. There it is, between the poles. This is Cargo Lux, and it's the Not Without My Mask livery, which we've seen a few times here, coming in from Anchorage. That horn you just heard was a DFW Airport ambulance on its way over to the east side of the airport. So this should be the first of several Queens of the Skies we will see today. And it wouldn't be a queen without our queen theme, right? Land, by the time it stops, it's pretty far away from us down at the end of this 2-mile runway. I don't think it takes up the whole runway, but that accounts for a bit of the shakiness. The other is that I don't have my camera balanced right. Move it up a little further here. That should be a little better. So as I said, we should see at least a couple more QOTS later today. Going Slightly Mad says they love the music. Not everybody loves the music here on Runway DFW, but in fact I had an email from a viewer who was not at all happy with music and with the fact that we broadcast in color. He thinks that's a little too 20th century for a broadcast that's going out in 2021, or 2022. But I told him, well, you know, that's just the way we roll here at Runway DFW. Spotting TV wants to know, is there still a mask mandatory for planes? We did in our last broadcast see a UPS, I think it was a 767 come in, and the nose of it looked like it had been replaced but not repainted. It looked like it had a little nose on it. Instead of all being the same color, the nose part of it, which I think covers radar gear and such, the nose of it was all gray. And John says, yes, that livery has been here before, and yes, it has. But it's kind of cool to see. It goes, not without my mask. Coming in from Anchorage. There it goes. There goes some cargo headed somewhere. And there is our beautiful cloud cover on this Saturday afternoon. 93 degrees. I don't think we're going to make it to 100 today, so keep our fingers crossed there. And Queroud says Cargolux doesn't fail with its 747s. Some regional action for you now here at Runway DFW, which you just saw. There, it's American Eagle Flight 3012, CRJ 701ER off to Aspen. And as we watch this go out, see an American Airlines 737 coming in from San Francisco, I think it was. Yes. Good to see you. Chuck Tolsma is here. He brought his chair. He's going to be here for a little bit, I bet. There's our view of the radar tower, or one of the radar towers here, the big American flag. I really wonder how big that thing must be, because it's not far away. It's just adjacent to that radar tower. And, you know, as you can see, the radar tower, you can see the steps leading up to the top of it. It's not a miniature, so that's a gigantic flag. That's some more action happening at the top of runway 18 left. Let us be specific and tell you that this is American Flight 1736. Wait a minute, there's two planes there. and now there's no planes there.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Are you Runway DFW?
Let me check. Yes, I am.
I know you. My channel name's DFW Trains and Aviation.
I've seen your stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
He's a big fan.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna post my videos on YouTube.
Okay, well, look out for DFW Trains and Aviation, another YouTube channel here. He's here, and he's going to get some stuff for you online, recording it. So, if you can't get enough of DFW airport content, DFW Trains and Aviation will give you something to go on. Chuck has brought his lunch with him, or a snack anyway, and his sunscreen, which is needed here today. Well, while we wait for some planes to take off, let's watch a plane landing. This is going to be American Airlines Flight 1049 coming in from Monterey in Mexico. It'll be an Airbus A319. So we meet and greet plane spotters, young and old here. I kind of fall into the latter category myself. You see the tail of another Spirit Airlines plane. This one's going to Las Vegas. It's flight 2701. It'll be an Airbus A321, but it is kind of joining it's now part of a trio of aircraft at the north end of runway DFW, runway 18 left. There's nothing on the way in. Let's see what's going to go out first. So I guess there in the foreground on the right is an Embraer 175 going out to Grand Junction, Colorado. The one on the left of your screen, the one going out to Grand Junction, is American Eagle Flight 3932. The one on the left is American Flight 1736, an Airbus A319 on the way to Madison, Wisconsin, I'm guessing, and then the Spirit Airlines plane is going to Las Vegas. That's an A321, flight 2701. Are you getting all this? Well, I'm saying the flight numbers because somebody might be on one of those planes watching us now that all the planes have Wi-Fi. Why did I call it Wi-Fi?
Plan 13 red Southwest 3366.
We're here for our last broadcast. We had a Delta plane right about that position. It started rolling and it stopped and it came around again. And it got in line to take off and it did the same thing. And I can't remember if it had a false takeoff on the third or not. I mean, it never got to takeoff speed. It just started rolling and then slowed down. But eventually it took off. And about the same time as the first one, we had a plane go around on top of us. And these are things you don't know why it happens unless you're in the control room somewhere or in the flight control room. Well, while we wait for these guys, we'll shift our focus to American Eagle Flight 3537 coming in from Lexington, Kentucky. It's an Embraer 175. And if you're just joining us, we do have the only Super Jumbo A380 which makes an appearance here at DFW Airport. A British Airways flight which should be arriving right around 5 o'clock, which is about 2 hours from now. So if we can hold out for that long, we'll get to see that. So here's this triumvirate of jet planes waiting for the go signal. And we're going to shift our focus once again. We're going to look at this American Airlines A350, or I'm sorry, this Flight 350 with the special livery. The Medal of Honor livery, and this is coming in from Lima, Peru. And I don't know if this is officially the longest narrow body flight on American schedule, but it certainly must be one of the longer ones. It's 6 hours and 47 minutes in the sky. Coming from the southern hemisphere. And I don't know where it went. Now we are seeing the appearance of some airport. That was the sound of my microphone becoming detached from my mic holder. And you know what? I was wrong about that Lima flight, because it's coming in now. And I misread my radar. So I'll say all the same things about this flight. Well, it looks like one of these planes is breaking out of the pack here. Well, that one. It's an E-175 American Eagle. Where's this one going? Well, I'd let you know, but to Grand Junction, Colorado. And there's a Frontier flight we have to look forward to. And I'll tell you what, we're going to switch over to this American Airlines flight, 1870. It's an Airbus A319 coming in from Eagle, Colorado. Here goes the flight to Grand Junction. We like to acknowledge for all of our new viewers here at Runway DFW that yes, there are a lot of American Airlines and American Eagle planes here because this is the home of those airlines.
190, maintain 10,000. It would take off runway 1 left, American.
There's an A319, American flight 1736 on its way to Madison, Wisconsin, and it's now rolling.
Or departure on board, there's that 32.
Defocused on me. All right, we have an international arrival now. It's going to be a Dreamliner 787-9. American Airlines Flight 49 coming in from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris on runway DFW. A 3-year-old Dreamliner there for you as we get to play Check the Tail on this Frontier flight for you. That was Rocket, the Hammerhead Shark. Oh, we've seen Rocket before. This plane's on its way to Phoenix. It's an A320. So we've got a lot of afternoon activity for you here from the second busiest airport in the world. You can even see it says Rocket, the Hammerhead Shark. As much as we like Frontier Airlines, we must turn our attention now to the northern sky. Where we have our second cargo lux of the day now approaching. I just feel a raindrop or two. This one's coming in from Mexico City. And yes, I do feel some raindrops. It's a 2-hour and 4-minute flight from the capital of our southern neighbor. So I was alerted to this. Chuck Tolson was right nearby, and he said, "Queen coming." This is a 15-year-old aircraft, a 747-4HAF ER, and it is raining, and I think I may have to go and get my emergency gear here, so hang on just a second. I'm going to widen out a little bit and get some tarps, so I'll be right back.
Disco! All your favorites. Disco time! More fun!
Okay, I know it may look very sunny and bright there, but we got hit by a kind of a minor shower. but it was starting to make my equipment wet. So as a result, I've tented my gear under my shower curtains here. So I'm just trying to make sure everything's dried off. I think it's pretty much stopped. I'm going to keep everything under cover for another minute or two to make sure. But yeah, it's kind of just popped right out of the sky. What is the temp here? Officially, or unofficially, in the shade, it's 92.
The problem is they got us going over to Leeville before we turn south. South out of here.
Do I see Aero Bishop saying, replying to our chief moderator, Charlene Dawkins, that Aero Bishop worked at WTHR in Indianapolis, Channel 13? And yes, I did. In fact, so long ago that I worked there when it was an ABC station, and then it switched to NBC while I was there. So, okay, let me see. I may be able to uncover us from... I'm speaking to you from under a shower curtain. And here I am. Hello. But I'm about to uncover things here.
We have to exit the runway. Somebody's in the lavatory.
I know why I don't see anything there. Okay, so sorry for this delay. Let me get back to... I'll get back to things here in a second. So let me put on a little more music while I uncover things, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes here on Runway DFW.
Cancel takeoff, February 26th.
Alright, it's back to the action. Sorry for that musical interlude. See if we can... Oops, I thought I'd turn that off. Hey. Stop. Okay, there we go. Now you're not looking at anything, but shortly you will be.
Am
I pointing at that? Yes. Alright, now my glasses have some sort of moisture on them. But we've got an American Airlines plane coming in from Las Vegas, an A321. There it is. This rain? What are we going to do about this rain? We welcome all rain. Even though it might inconvenience our broadcast now and again. What do we have here? This one's off to JFK Airport in New York. It's a Boeing 737-800, American Airlines Flight 998. Oh. That's what I was looking at. Now you're looking at it too.
Park 18 left, clear for takeoff, break at 998. American 1507, are you ready?
Alright, let me see if I can follow along here. We had someone who was curious about, what are you doing here? What is this, live? What is this?
918, you can go ahead and make the right turn at Echo Lima, hold short, 17 right. American 50 Heavy, cut departure.
American Eagle flight coming in from El Paso, Texas. There it is.
Station 13 right. Are you ready to go? Boy 3528, go ahead and make the left and join the folding through runway 17 line up and wait. I'm waiting on a release for that one. Left, clear, land, 17. American 980 at Echo Lima, Fosne 17 right, cut down 0.65.
Alright, so let's see what we got here coming up. We have Sky West
Who is that?
operating as on behalf of American Eagle, coming in from Killeen in Texas, a Mitsubishi 701ER, and it is
Go ahead and contact tower on
all of a
124.15.
32-minute flight from Killeen. There again is our sky. The clouds are kind of peeling back in that direction. We may have to point our camera that's looking towards the southeast or towards the south, and we may have to look more towards the north. There you can see the northern clouds there. There's a flight from Killeen. It's in Texas. Getting a nice breeze here. A little floating there. Bouncy bounce.
Up now. Go ahead and go straight ahead. Use Echo Golf, hold short, 17 right.
I've not had a chance to look at the chat in a while.
Right, line up and wait. 18 left, American 1365.
Marco Hinton says, you don't have to worry about mosquitoes, do you? Well, kind of. In fact, we've seen before, I can't see it from here. I don't know if it's still there, but they do lay out mosquito traps in order to determine if the mosquitoes that do hang out here are diseased in any way. So I guess that's good to know. The next contestant on Runway DFW is this flight from Ontario, California. It's an A321, American flight 1820. Camera get bumped? I think it did. Let me reorient that camera. I think it got bumped during our...
You'll be after the one that's on the runway.
We have somebody who's chosen to stand near our shot. No, not moving at all.
American 1068, Gypsy retirement 1808, runway 17 center for the land. Report 1, American 1068. 09, correct departure.
From the wild blue yonder comes American Flight 2743. An Airbus A321 coming in from San Diego, California. And I'm going to turn around my camera 3 so we can get a better view of the clouds in the northern sky. Just kind of guessing here because I don't have a viewfinder. That's not a good guess. That's a little better. Let's see if we can get that cigarette snuffer out of the way. Okay. Yeah, so there's our cloud bank. Coming in now from Zacatecas, Mexico, is this Embraer 175, American Eagle.
427 on departure, turn left heading 130, maintain 2000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. 1507, cut departure.
American 1507, 9.
17 right, line up and wait.
17 right, line up and wait.
There's an Embraer 145, American Eagle Flight 4187 on its way to Abilene, Texas. We're going to zero in on this Delta flight. Which is off to Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A220-100. honestly don't know why they couldn't have engineered that groaning sound out of those engines before they were deployed. I mean, if you're a passenger on one of those planes, does the pilot warn you that you're about to hear something that sounds like the engines are about to explode? And obviously they're not. They work just fine, but that noise.
American 1676, get to retire 1180 at 8, runway 17 center, go to land.
Go to land, 17 center, American 1676.
This guy again.
Envoy 38. Lima, cross runway 17 right, got a ground of 0.65.
Plane spotting with Keith notes that the A220 has a window in the lavatory. Well, that's odd. Never seen. I've never been aboard one of those planes. Rob has some nice comments. Awesome channel and feed. Thank you for letting my daughter watch you. Also, oh, he was just here. He came over and asked whether his daughter could come over and watch, and I was telling him, well, of course, it's a public spot here. Everybody's free to come and watch. Just like that guy. Well, there you see a Frontier flight. This is gonna turn and burn, isn't it? It's going to San Francisco.
2736, get to retire runway 17 right, line up and wing.
It's an A220. And we never got a look at its tail art, did we? That's some kind of a bird. We try to get you a good look at the tail art on these things, since that is the unique identifier of Frontier aircraft.
Contact departure Frontier 2711.
American 2736 on departure, trend left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right.
There goes an American Airlines Dreamliner out of its hangar. 787-8. And don't know where exactly it's off to. Well, it's off to the hangars. I mean, it's off to the terminal area, so that passengers can be accommodated.
1676, turn high speed, hold short, runway 17 right, Echo Lima.
Next to high speed, hold short of 17 right, Echo Lima, American 1676.
Our next arrival is coming in from Albuquerque. It's American Flight 1670, a 737-800 on Runway DFW.
3451 on departure, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, turn for takeoff. Minute up to 10,000. In 2736, got a departure.
15 seconds.
runway 17 right, line up and wait, traffic cross.
7 right, line up wait, American 20.
Mirko Hoykraut. I'm certain I didn't pronounce that correct, but he or she says hello from Germany. And hello to you. Good to have you with us. Where it's sometime during the evening, I guess.
76, Echo Lima, crossing 17 right, Ecamm 0.65.
Cross 17 right at Echo Lima, American 1676. 93, south visual, 18 right.
Jay Tram wants to know how late will you be on? My granddaughter will be on American Airlines flight 1934 at 6:40. Can you let us know where that's going to be coming from? Because a lot depends. We're overlooking the east side or the west side of the airport, and typically planes that are coming from or going to westbound destinations will come in on this side. Not always, and the ones on the coming from the east or going to the east will go out on the east side. So that's a big factor. And since I kind of pay more attention to destinations than I do flight numbers, if you would be kind enough to let me know where that plane is coming from, I'll try to keep an eye out for it. That American Eagle flight coming in from Grand Rapids, Michigan. If I'm reading my cards correctly here at Embraer 175. Okay, let's see, what time is it now? Well, 3:44. So we're just about an hour and 15 minutes or an hour and 20 minutes away from the arrival of the big boy, the A380, the only one which we see here at DFW Airport these days, the British Airways flight coming in from London. And we will be bringing that to you live and in color. And in HD and widescreen and all that good stuff. Oh, we have a treat here. We've got I believe this is going to be the Pacific Airlines or PSA. My camera will focus. Let's look for the face. There it is. Smile. You're on camera. That is the American Airlines PSA Heritage livery. Coming in from north of the border. Toronto. Perhaps bringing a plane load of comedians to Dallas-Fort Worth. It's an Airbus A319. And if you're unfamiliar, American has a whole stable filled with planes which they call heritage livery, with the markings of airlines that have been a part of what is now American Airlines. And that's one of them, PSA. Which was a California-based airline, kind of analogous to Southwest Airlines, with low fares and high frequency. And
2907 on departure, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, traffic takeoff.
so there it goes. We got kind of a good look at its snout there. Ken G says, I think other streamers could learn from Walt, like broadcast in color. It's a good point. Plane Spotting with Keith says, I worked for PSA, the regional airline, before getting hired at American. Well, that's interesting. So now if any of you have some PSA questions, Keith will be the one that can answer them. And Chuck, who's sitting in his folding chair with his snacks at his side, says, I love the smell of tire rubber at the airport. And I think I may have missed something here. So again, I'm trying to scan through my messages here. Ken G says, oh my, I just noticed Ms. Wolf's 13 and Michelle RS. Wow, 3 women as mods. Yes, we're very progressive here at Runway DFW, I must say. And I thank all of our mods. Part of the Moderation Federation, exclusively at Runway DFW. Probably want to know what that was. American Flight 2581 coming in from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Yeah, we have a private jet coming in. Coming in from Las Vegas. It's a Cessna 750 Citation X. Be here in about a minute. I don't see it yet. We don't see a lot of private air, you know, general aviation here. See some corporate. And I'm still waiting for it to, oh, there it is. Further away than I thought. It's hiding behind a fence post. There it is. Another fence post to clear there. I'm going to deviate from that because I'm looking at a plane that is getting a celebratory shower there. And don't know if I can tell you which one that is. Typically that's when there's a plane that retires or a new route is launched or something like that, or a member of the crew is retiring. So there goes that plane over to Terminal D. That's the one. So if there's somebody on board that plane who needs a congratulations. But I don't know what that was. Well, we've got American Airlines Flight 37 coming in from Madrid in España. A Dreamliner for you here on Runway DFW. And we're going to follow that one up with a 777. This is American Flight 280 coming in from Seoul in South Korea. It's still a little far away for us to give you a picture of it because we've parked our equipment back a little bit from the grassy area here because of sprinkler attacks. So we don't have as clear a view as we might if we were out a little further. But we've got so much gear set up here that it's not just like you can move your tripod and be out of the way.
Central for the DFW area available on flight services.
So this flight's coming in from Seoul, 12 hours and 25 minutes in the air. Here's one of the pumper trucks that supplied the water greeting earlier. It was, before I got over to it, it was, I guess, clearing its pipes into the air. So where did that go? There's the 777 that just came in from Seoul. And now, we just got a parade of planes coming in. We've got Flight 7 Qantas coming in from Sydney. This will be another Dreamliner, 787-9. And this, I was reading last week, I can't remember where it was, but it was an article analyzing the longest flights, the longest scheduled flights in the world. And this is one of them. This is the 5th longest flight in the world by mileage. And it had been operated by a an A380 in the past, before the pandemic, before Qantas suspended those flights, and when they did come back earlier this year, it's been operated by a Dreamliner. So touching down after almost 15 hours in the sky.
American 1340. We're parking by the time.
10-11-61, Cessna 179, Catacana, 0.65. 1362, SO Lima, Cessna 179, Catacana, 0.65.
So did I say, I believe this is the, so I recall the article said this was the 5th longest flight, scheduled flight in the world.
918, contact departure.
Watch out, boys, they're 918.
Or was tied for 5th. I can't remember what the other one was.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
You know, I didn't mean to trigger that, but you know, it's the top of the hour, so I guess we can remind people of where we are, what we're doing. We're live at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport here on Saturday, August 27th, 2022, and we are broadcasting live from DFW Founders Plaza, which is a nice place to hang out on a Saturday afternoon, and we are happy to have you with us on Runway DFW. Lots more to see. We'll be here for hours and hours and hours.
Park clear for takeoff. 18 left American, 2223.
So let's get back to plane spotting, shall we? With this American Airlines Flight 1395 coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul, a 737-800. Next arrival is going to be United Airlines, for those of you who are tired of seeing American Airlines all the time. We just did sneak a Qantas in here. This is going to be a United Flight 337, an A320 coming in from the Mile High City here to the Metroplex on Runway DFW.
Line up away to American 1618.
Roger, runway 17 open. Thank you. 2716, get to the car, runway 17 right, line up and wait.
Well, this particular plane has a distinction today. here on Runway DFW, at least so far. Trying to control my camera from
2716 on departure, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
10 to 10,000. United 337. DFW, good day, United 1883, Netty, visual on in, right?
where'd that plane go?
Charlie.
I'm going to see it here in a second, I think.
Can we leave the APU running over here on the outside?
I plotted this out so carefully, and it was about to turn into my camera range, and it decided not to. Why would it do that to me? This United Airlines plane, which we were about to celebrate in a certain way, just kind of stopped there at the end of the runway without turning towards the terminals. You see another arrival there. Well, while we're waiting for that, Asfan's logs dash railfan says on December 2nd, Qantas will start a flight from Melbourne to Dallas. Flight will operate 4 days a week from December 2nd with a Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. So we will welcome our second Aussie flight from down under. Welcome. Is that the United flight we saw? No. I was holding on this shot because I thought we would see another another instance of the United flight that I think we're about to see it. No, that's not it. Well, we're going to peel off that for a second. So we welcome another United aircraft. Looks like an A319 to me. Has the newer livery. That's coming in from San Francisco, flight 1883. But where'd that other one go? Did I miss it? Not seeing it. Talking to myself. Is that it? That's it. Finally.
A blast from the past, 1998.
So I was waiting all that time to inform you that that plane was a 20th century aircraft from 1998. The big A380 now just a little more than half an hour away. British Airways Flight 193. Coming in from Fargo, CRJ 900, flight 5888, American Eagle. There for you on Runway DFW. Comes a Delta flight over the bridge, and that's so we should be seeing that shortly. In the meanwhile, there's American Flight 2406, a 737-800. This one is headed to an airport that starts with the letter, with an airport code that starts with the letter M, It's hidden behind some other flights right now on my screen. MSP, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Delta 2069, on departure time left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
That A380 is just about to cross over into the Texas border. Right now it's over northwest Arkansas. So if you're a fan of the sideways flying apartment building, stick around for another half hour or so. While we're hanging out, I would like to introduce our Runway DFW Moderation Federation. There are their names. You will see them in the chat. And be kind to them. They are so nice to be able to lend their expertise to our little channel. Makes us almost seem kind of semi-professional. So, welcome to all of you. Thank you to all these people here. Ms. Wolves, Gerard, Bill Platt, Michelle R.S., Charlene Dawkins, SFC Fred Robinson, and A-list flyer Chris. Oh, they're not going to be here all the time, of course. They've got lives, but we certainly are happy when they can pop in and help out and greet you and answer your questions. I want to thank all of them very much, helping Runway DFW be successful in this crazy world of streaming. And so Delta Flight 1041 is kind of snuck up in there. This is on its way to Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A320. It's funny, on our last broadcast, which was, well, I guess it was yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, it seems like such a long time ago. Yesterday morning, we saw a Delta 767 parked over south of the international terminal, and I was remarking that I'd never seen a Delta 767 here since I've been here. And it was later determined through the help of our chat room that it was a charter plane with the Seattle Seahawks charter plane coming in to do a preseason game here in Texas with the Dallas Cowboys. Has that game happened even? I don't even know. Not a gigantic American football fan. Not that there's anything wrong with that, just, I don't know. So anyway, we got to see a Delta 767 yesterday. Didn't get to see it do anything, it just kind of parked there, but there's that Viva Aerobus. I'm assuming that's the same one we saw arriving earlier, headed back to Monterey. And we've still got this American Airlines flight destined for Minneapolis, St. Paul. So they are lined up.
Line up and wait, runway 18 left on 635.
And there was the flight deck on the Viva Aerobus checking in.
Hey, was that the maintain 10,000?
Unit 1604 affirmative, on departure time left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17.
Here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon, live from DFW International Airport.
11 right, United 604.
Some more information from Asfan's Vlogs. On November 30th, Etihad Airways will return to DFW. And that will mark the third Middle Eastern carrier to come in here. We get a couple of Qatar Airways flights every day. And we get an Emirates flight every day. I think it's daily.
25, DFW Tower, runway 17 line up and wait.
Ryan, clear for takeoff, 1x left on runway 685.
So it looks like the Viva Aerobus will get first dibs at runway 18 left. It's an A321. And once again it's headed to Monterrey in Mexico. With its livery in the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red. And you can see how much more quickly that regional jet lifted off than the A321 that preceded it. That's American Eagle Flight 4234 on its way to Manhattan, Kansas. You are looking at, I'm trying to separate them out. Should be flight 2406, a 737-800 on its way to Minneapolis, St. Paul. And right behind it is American Flight 1948. And that's another 737-800. That one's going to San Diego, California. We're starting to lose our shade now. Nicholas Orozco, we welcome you, who's tuned in Pecos, Texas. Alsan's Vlogs. Dash Rail fan, where is the British Airways A380? Well, about 5 minutes ago it crossed into Texas. Should be here in about 20 minutes or so. Just after 5 o'clock, I think, is when it's... Oh, wait. It's 4:17. Is it early? Let me check. Let me double check that information. Oh, it's early. It's due here about 4:45. Which is less than 30 minutes from now. It's scheduled to come in at 5. It almost always is late, so we're lucked in today. Maybe it'll leave on time today. I apologize for that pan. I didn't realize we had done that. Sun Country.
2045, turn that high speed Echo Lima, cross runway 17 right, cut a ground point 65.
Alright, exit high speed, Echo Lima, cross the speed right, ground 65 on the outside, green, Mexican, 2045.
Sun Country coming in from Austin. I don't know if that's a special flight or if they have a route from here to Austin, but Austin it was. Austin, Texas, the capital of this big old state. You can see we got a little bit of a ground haze there in the heat.
American 1505, on departure turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
I do believe we spy an Alaska Airlines flight now.
7 DFW tower, wind is 176, runway 17 clear to land. 402 home short, runway 17 right, kilo 8. 1781 DFW tower, runway 17 right, line up and wait.
What's the right line for you, American?
November 26 Bravo Tango, it's going to be just a minute, I'm waiting for a release on you.
737-900 coming in from Seattle.
Center for the land. 1948.
Roscoe 3008, visual 18 right.
Number 26 Bravo Tango, DFW tower, roger. You'll be after the wind on the runway. American 1781 on departure, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Departure heading 160, 10,000, 17 right, clear for takeoff, American 1781.
American 1505, for departure.
This is American Flight 1948, off on a journey to San Diego, California. 737-800. And what you hear behind you now is American Eagle Flight 4078 arriving from Bentonville, Arkansas. An Embraer 175, which you'll see in your shot momentarily. Let's let this plane lift off.
American 402, crossing 17 right, got a ground point 65.
There's the flight from Bentonville.
3353, crossing 17 right, contact ground point 65.
There's the tail end of an American Airlines A319. This one's going to the state capital of Austin.
In 1885, DFW tower, wind is 170 at 4, runway 17 center, clear to land.
There's some of the planes parked around the
November 26 Bravo Tango, departure turn left.
International Terminal D. I think they're just south of it
runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
in a parking space there. And there once again are our fabulous clouds of the day.
American 2917, DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line up and wait, traffic cross.
What's up, right, American 2917?
Coming in from St. George in Utah. This American Eagle Flight 3008.
2047, cross name 19, iconic ground, 0.65.
Okay, right base 16, clear to land, 8 Delta. And so at Envoy 3691, we are clear for the visual one here, right? What was the departure frequency for this road? Clear to land, Envoy 3691.
Barry Robinson is saying, good afternoon, it's so picturesque outside. It really is today. We keep going back to this cloud cam here because it's just so kind of peaceful looking to look at it. And I see we've been attacked by bots.
American 2917 on departure time left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Heading 10,000, clear for takeoff, 17 right, American 2917. Wrong side, full, head back over there. Yep, left turn to right, base to 16 right.
And we're in one of those lulls here at DFW. Michelle RS, one of our great moderators, saying, I wish those were snow clouds forming. I don't know if I'm ready for snow. I'm ready for a little cooler weather, but snow, I don't know. I'm going to hold off on that.
American 1442 on departure time left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. 439 heavy, DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line up and wait.
Delta 439 heavy, good day, line up and wait, runway 175.
2917, connect departure.
American 2917.
2471, cross return departing heavy, get off the trailer.
And you can see nothing is happening. I'm checking a few things. We should be just minutes away now from the A380 arrival. So stand by for that. And I would like to acknowledge a member of our Moderation Federation, Michelle Singleton, who has gifted us with a very generous donation that will go into our nighttime camera fund. So thank you, Michelle. That's much appreciated. Above and beyond doing your duties as a moderator, your volunteer duties as a moderator. Did I just see? Did you see that tail go by there? Did I miss something? Yes, I did. That was the... Oh, wait. Let's see if we can spot it here. There it goes. The Lufthansa flight back to Frankfurt. I saw its tail go by there. It's leaving on the east side of the airport, so we didn't get to see it come by us. But I'm kind of glad we picked it out there. So I saw that tail, I said, that's not an American Airlines tail. That looked like Lufthansa. That's their A330 headed back to the continent. Off in the clouds. So you almost escaped us, but we got you in our sights. Auf Wiedersehen. Karen Glenn saying no Lufthansa in Australia. I'm kind of surprised. You would think they'd be flying there. Does Qantas fly to Germany? Or do you have to change planes to get to Germany? And Michelle R.S. says, you are welcome. And I sincerely appreciate both your financial and your moderation help with our channel. I appreciate that. Okay, what do we got here? Yeah, it's a regional plane coming in. I've asked this question before. What is the mean time between the time the rear tires touch down and the nose wheel touches down? Okay, let's get an update on... Looks like the A380 is now over Oklahoma. I thought it was coming into Texas, but maybe I was wrong about that. But it is over Oklahoma right now, southern Oklahoma, which is the United States state that's just to the north of Texas. We are getting a few more people hanging out here for the big event. The A380 arrival, and you can see here there's some people that have taken to the fields adjacent to DFW Founders Plaza to get more of a feel of the big jet right over them. Now I know the first time it landed here, or the first time the British Airways A380 landed here, there were police driving around, or there was a police car driving around in that field kind of chasing people away and back to the main park area here. But I don't see anybody who's showing any concern about that, so I guess they'll get a view there. And you might ask, well, why don't you go out there, Walt? Why don't you do your show from out there? It would be kind of novel to get planes flying more or less right over you, but from a photography standpoint, it'd be kind of difficult because you'd have to kind of do a lot of gyrations. There you see where the planes go, so it is more or less over where these people are headed. I don't know, maybe someday if I'm not doing a live show, I could head out there and plop down a tripod and see what I get. But also it would be a pretty long walk to get all this gear out there to do anything live. And then if we were shooed away. And that's the other thing, you know, when you have this much gear, you tend to raise suspicions. And I don't want anybody to be worried about what we're doing here. We're on the up and up here at Runway DFW. Speaking of up, there are the clouds. John P. says he's got the air traffic control in the background, listening for Speedbird. And it is now over Texas. So we hope to see it soon. Here comes a yellow bird. Spirit Airlines Flight 972 arriving from Phoenix, Arizona.
4797
And now I'll get a sip of water here. Be right back. There is the beleaguered Runway DFW satellite truck, which is precariously perched on a bluff overlooking runways 18 left and right. And we have some cargo action coming for you now on Runway DFW. Qatar cargo action coming in from Los Angeles. It's a 777. A 5-year-old 777 Qatar cargo coming in from the City of Angels.
17 at Echo Lima, hold short of runway 17 right. Go to 17 right.
There's some plane spotters. They were checking their newly taken photographs, so we couldn't bring you the full rollout of the of the plane there. I punched over to that. Camera 2 is usually pointed over at the airplane's taxiing, and for some reason it's pointed at the satellite truck. I have to fix that. Here is the takeoff area of runway 18 left. We have an American flight off to Las Vegas. It's flight 2298, an A321. Right there.
On the heading when I left, clear for takeoff on way 4072.
This is Runway DFW says, I'm starving, there are no snacks in the house. Well, Mrs. Runway DFW, I will have you know that in the refrigerator there is a package of sliced ham, there is some bread, and you can make yourself a nice, delicious ham sandwich. Which normally I would be in charge of making, but not there. There's a United plane. This is an A319 headed back to Denver in the older livery, and that may be because this is a 20-year-old aircraft, which I don't know. Is it going to be replaced? You tell me, United. Of course, United is one of the airlines that's put some dough down to be first in line for the new boom supersonic jet planes, which are now under development and which they claim will be in service well before the end of this century, of this decade.
When I left, they're paying 2600.
So that will be very interesting. And here's a company, Boom Supersonic, I think is what it's called, that's more or less building a new plane from scratch, which, you know, it's not an easy thing to do. And American Airlines has also signed up on the Boom Supersonic bandwagon. So that's going to be real interesting to see the return of supersonic airliners to the mix, if that actually does happen. I'm checking the position now of British Airways Flight 193. It's almost approaching Crum in Denton County, Texas, which is to the north of here. It is about 6 minutes away, so yeah, it's going to be early today, going to be before 5 o'clock. So hang out, our next big arrival, the Super Heavy, is going to be a big A380, and you can see there's already people hanging out here to see it. Everybody loves the 380, although I'm more partial to the 747, which we see more often here.
Runway 3914, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear takeoff.
Heading 160, 17 right, clear for takeoff, envoy 3914.
So here's an appetizer for you. It's SkyWest, Flight 3096, coming in from Harlingen in South Texas. Not quite as big as the A380. CRJ 701. SkyWest, of course, operating as American Eagle.
3132, lost over departure.
And there are the clouds from which the big A380 will emerge not too long from now. I think that's Chuck Tolsma there in the foreground on the left. He's found a shady spot. We are almost enveloped in sun, although the sun looks like it's going to go behind some clouds here soon. Big A380 now over Denton, the county seat of Denton County. So it's just a hop, skip, and a jump away now. And since it's getting here early, it may actually leave before the sun sets today at its appointed hour. We're hoping so, because I don't think we've gotten a good look at it leaving yet, the A380. It always runs late, and then it's pretty dark by the time we see it. We have some more interlopers there. Here we got an American Airlines flight coming in from Calgary in Canada. 737-800, American flight 2517. So I don't know, we may wind up with an obstructed view of the big plane coming in.
Runway 3504, taxi via Mike, Bravo, hold short of runway 17 right. Be parked when I left, clear for takeoff, American 1175. Clear to land.
Alpha, we are parking on the west side. 160,
Well, this is unusual. We have an Air Canada Express coming in over on this side. That usually comes in on the other side. It's coming in from Toronto. It's an Embraer 175. SU. Not familiar with that version, but here it comes, Air Canada Express. Don't think we've ever seen it. Well, it won't be long now. Just 2 or 3 planes away now for the A380's arrival. Next up is American Airlines Flight 1699 coming in from Oaxaca in Mexico. Our next arrival on runway DFW. The A380 now over Flower Mound, Texas, just to the north of here. And it will be, we've got 1 plane coming in, and then the next one after that will be the A380. So hang in there. This next flight coming in is American Airlines Flight 479 and Airbus A321 coming in from Los Cabos in Mexico. There it is. And actually, you know, I'm not even going to try for that because we can already see the A380 in the sky, but it's behind that sign right now. And we'll see it in just a second. So here it comes, tell your friends, A380 arriving from London. Just playing peekaboo with us with that sign. That sign post.
American 1005, 8-177. Center east side, American 1005. South 3778, once you're ready.
I'm in the exact wrong spot to see that thing on approach. There it is. There you go. Cue the Speedbird.
American 691. Ground 0.65, American 1030.
American 849.
Nice landing, mates. An early arrival for Flight 193. And again, we hope to see it on the other end before we sign off today. And Plane Spotting with Keith says, I had to leave to film that. It never gets old. So that's always fun to see. But I still like seeing the 747 better. I don't know why. We do have a 747 parked just to the south of us. It's a UPS. And I don't think we'll be seeing it today in action, but that's where it is. And here come the parade of people who just stood under the A380 as it arrived to get their pictures, to get the experience. They're walking back. They were outstanding in their field. Here comes Volaris from Guadalajara. And Airbus A320. Gotta be honest, I don't know where that plane was going. Huh? Oh, no, no idea. Chuck Tolsman wants to know where everybody's going. What, did something just stop? Did we stop having aircraft here? We just had a new subscriber who I saw on the screen, but I couldn't make it out. Sorry, but thank you for joining us. Tell you what, after all this excitement, I think I need to take me a brief hydration break. What do you think? So you all get something to drink. I'm going to get something to drink. And I'll be back in just a short bit with more fun and adventures from the second busiest airport in the world, Dallas Fort Worth. Talk to you in just a second. Hello everyone, I've come back to you after consuming some ice cold water. There is the beacon here at DFW Founders Plaza. So we're looking to the west now. I've moved our sky camera, so instead of looking towards the north, it's looking towards the west, where the sunset will come from a few hours from now. Afsan's Vlogs Railfan says, "I see Singapore Airlines cargo here today." You know, I thought I saw that on the list when I was looking before I came here, but I wasn't making notes. So let me see. If I can detect anything, that would be that nice to see. So arrivals. We saw the Qatar cargo plane arrive from Los Angeles. So I've got a lot of flying taking place in the next hour or so. It's one of those rush hours. We should be getting Turkish Airlines arriving from Istanbul in the 6 o'clock hour, 6:45. So I'm going through the list, We've got Iberia flight 6146 coming in from Madrid at 7:50, so just before 8 o'clock. Still should be light by then. Through the departures really quickly. Finnair's going out with their A350. It should be, oh, you know what? It's actually rolling up to the takeoff position now, so let us get a view of that. Sometimes they will direct it over to the east side of the airport, because that's the direction it's headed in, but let us see. See if we're in luck today. It's a very distinctive and simple livery, but very pleasing. So the question is whether it's going to make a right turn and go across the bridge, or whether it's coming up here to take off from runway 18 left. And I don't know, based on its current trajectory, I'm going to say we're going to see it take off from over here. And again, we did, if you were here earlier, we did see a recording of this plane landing, because it landed before we actually started broadcasting. So there's a very nice treat for us, the Finnair A350 off to Helsinki. Sorry, I had to slurp down some more water. How long have we been here? 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, only almost 3 hours. I see Flugelschaft in the mix. Thank you, Flugelschaft, for joining us.
It's okay.
That's fine. Oh, no problem. Let's see what the status of our camera is here. Rain? Oh, really? So, we are looking towards the west, but towards the east, Chuck Tolsma says we are seeing some rain. And you can kind of see it down here. I don't know if you can see it exactly. But there's some rain over there. Somebody's getting some more needed rain. But enough of the meteorological to do. We've got a plane to see here. It's American Airlines flight 2693 from Raleigh, Durham, a 737-800. do have some folks taking advantage of the shade here on the grass at Founders Plaza. You can see the shade. That's the shade I had been getting, but it's now moved out of the way. And also the clouds have kind of moved out of the way over there, so I guess we'll be in for a bit of sun until sundown. It was cloudier over there an hour or so ago, and I thought the sun was going to go behind the clouds. That's looking towards the west. That would shield us, but apparently not to be. Let's take a look at an east side arrival, if we can. This is American Flight 9782 coming in from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. It's an A319. Definitely tobacco country, Winston-Salem. And since it's landing on the east side of the airport, we will see no more of it after that. No Queen theme for us this time. My iPad is overheating in the sun. But here is the Cargo Lux Not Without My Mask livery back in the sky. Well, not quite back in the sky yet. This is going to Chicago O'Hare. 747-8R7F. There's a good look at that special livery. And it's GE engines. Bill Platt says, I hope Walt stays hydrated during this. I understand that place has no bathrooms, but he needs to drink. Don't worry, I'm drinking. You get a look at some old Spirit livery before it disappears entirely. We still have a few planes painted in that color scheme. That's coming in from Las Vegas, an A320. 7-year-old A320. And there's that big bird. It's going to make the big turn so that we can see it take off here on runway 18 left. Off to the Windy City. And yes, I like seeing the A380, but I don't know, give me a 747 any day. livery on that one. So we've now seen this plane land and take off, and we saw another Cargo Lux land, so I don't know, we may see that one take off again. I was in the process a few minutes ago of trying to see if we had any other 747s on the agenda for tonight. So I'm scanning, and yeah, we should see the second Cargo Lux go off to Luxembourg, scheduled for 5:50, so it's about a half hour from now. So good for us. We also have a China Airlines 747 off to Anchorage, scheduled for 5:40, or estimated at 5:40, so that's just 20 minutes from now. So we are lousy with 747s this evening. And the Qatar cargo plane we saw come in earlier, the 777, is supposed to leave just before 7 o'clock, bound for Nagoya, Japan. And I think we saw that same flight last week. And then there'll be a Qatar Airways, not cargo, but Qatar Airways, off to Doha, supposed to depart, scheduled for 6:50, estimated now at 7:22 Central Time. That'll be an A350 aircraft. And scanning down the list, see if there's anything else that we can expect to see before we have to turn off the camera and say bye-bye, or bye-bye as they say on board. And no, I'm not seeing anything else. Well, I'm not seeing the Iberia flight to Madrid is supposed to go out. That's an A330, go out at 9:25. I think we'll be gone by then, but who knows? Mrs. Runway DFW says, Walt, bring me food. Well, I'm 50 miles away, don't you know? And the last I checked, you do have a car, Mrs. Runway DFW. Oh, a later message. Totally kidding. Walt needs to keep streaming. Have a soup. You like soup? I don't know. She may be out of soup. She's been having a lot of soup recently. Let's see what we got here, folks. Let's go back to some spotting, shall we? So we hope our equipment doesn't melt down. The sun is a factor on my screen here. This should be American Airlines Flight 2009 on its way to Seattle. An Airbus Airbus A321.
Climate 1010,000, clear port, take the 17 center, check up. 2129, use the turn, 17 right out of the way.
But you know it's funny, as this one leaves, just as that lifts off, almost seconds later, comes this A321, American Airlines, from Seattle. It's like they're playing tag team here. Worldwide airline wrestling or something. It's like 2767. And we missed this next Frontier flight, which is going out. Don't know if we'll be able to catch the tail there. Can you see it? Probably not.
Alright, Darnett to be parked clear for takeoff, 18 left, Spirit wing 360. Turn left, thing 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Heading maintain 10,000, clear for takeoff, American.
That was Rocky the Saw Wet Owl. Don't think I've seen that one before. And there's no destination listed, so I can't tell you where it's going. We have Spirit, yellow birding its way. It's an A321 off to Los Angeles. As we see that American Airlines flight, 1821, arriving from Ontario in Southern California, an Airbus A321.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm a huge fan of your YouTube channel.
Oh, well, so nice of you to say. What's your name?
My name?
Or if you'd prefer not to say, that's okay.
Oh, I'll say. It's Miles. M-I-L-E-S.
Miles, pleasure to meet you.
And I also have my own channel, too.
What is that? Let's give it a plug.
Plane Spotting Adventures.
Plane Spotting Adventures, everyone. So, Miles would like to... Wait a minute. Let's get you on camera, Miles. There he is.
Can you not say my name on camera?
What?
Can you please not say my name on camera?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And also not show my face, too, because my parents are kind of picky about it. So you can
Okay.
just kind of like talk about it.
Not a problem. Well, I think as long as you're there, we can hear you. Tell us about your channel. What do you focus on?
So my channel has got 9 subscribers, and one of them is trying to get to 100 views. I got one at 78 right now, so if you guys want to, go subscribe. I could really use the help.
Okay, so your Plane Spotting Adventures?
Yes.
Okay.
And it has a 747 house cargo livery on there for my page.
Okay.
And whenever you click on the channel, it has a Cargo Lux banner on it with a really cool livery.
Excellent.
All right.
Well, I wish you luck.
All right, thank you.
Nice
Nice to meet you.
to meet you, too. There he goes, Plane Spotting Adventures. Getting a free plug from Runway DFW. Hey, let's not do that. Over on the east side, we are seeing this big old jet landing. That's all we'll see of it. That's American Flight 79. There's a 777 coming in from Heathrow in London. I believe American has 2 daily flights to London. And we get that one A380 from British Airways.
American 371, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. 60, and request takeoff 10,000, next 371. Next 2334, DH return, runway 17 right, out of the way. American 2334. Next 2448, 10 exposure. Turn 2448, good day. 79 heavy, Echo Sierra, monitor ground 65. Sierra,
Just got myself another few gulps of water, which is pretty important on a day like this. Mesa Airlines coming into view. That was a CRJ 900ER coming in from Bakersfield in California.
Cleared for takeoff, 17 right, 16,000, American. Turn 160, American 20. 34, maintain 10,000. American 20.
There's the sun beating down on the beacon here at DFW Airport, at Runway DFW Founders Plaza. Excuse me. And in the meantime, here are these folks right out in front of me, spread out on blankets or just on the grass, enjoying the planes, and more importantly, the shade. We have another arrival. We've got a couple planes ready to take off over here, kind of lining up. And we've got American Flight 2855 coming in from Los Angeles. This will be an A321. That's coming in from LAX, and here goes American Flight 1456 to Salt Lake City in Utah. You saw the tail of the A380 there, parked at Terminal D, getting ready for its flight back to London. I think it's supposed to go out around 8 o'clock in the evening. I may be wrong about the exact time, but we'll look for it around then. Chuck Tolsma is wearing his Airline Videos Live shirt today. Our good friends out at LAX. They've got lots of merch. Arriving from Albuquerque is this American Airlines Flight 942 and A319. So again, we have to look forward to in the super jumbo, or in the jumbo jet category. So we have a couple 747s plus the A380 remaining before we have to take our leave.
runway 4237 on departure, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
160, maintain 10,000 on runway 4237.
Again, 2536, turn high speed, exit steers, monitor ground on 0.65.
An American Eagle flight headed to Killeen in southern Texas. Comes an American Airlines flight 2622, arriving from Louisville, Kentucky, home of the Derby. Where Mrs. Runway DFW and I once spent a wild afternoon at the big racetrack there. Not for the Kentucky Derby, though. You are looking at American Flight 1560. Headed to El Paso in West Texas at the 737-800. And as this takes off, we'll be on the lookout for American Airlines Flight 1955 coming in from San Diego, an Airbus A321. In fact, I think the arrival is going to take precedence here. Wait a minute, is that the El Paso flight there?
American 220 Heavy on departure, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for pickup.
I think I've been fooled again. This appears to be the flight to El Paso. So pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. Unless there are two consecutive flights to El Paso. I blame the sun beating down upon me.
American 303 needs to cancel our takeoff clearance. We need to let our brakes cool off just a little bit. Okay, continue through, make the 180 on the other side, American 303.
I thought I heard some chatter there where the plane needs to let its brakes cool, I think, before, so it canceled its takeoff.
I turn Echo much short of 20.
So is this the plane that's going to make a 180?
Wait, left, American 4433. American 2655 for 1A right. It's 1A right, Hotel Bravo, American 2655.
3636, crosswind turbulence, on departure, turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
So it appears that this is the plane that informed the tower that, yeah, we're not ready to take off right now. I think they were saying their brakes needed to cool off. So they're going to come on back Cool their jets. And let somebody else have a turn. This American Eagle Embraer 175 touching down from Santa Barbara, I think. Nope. San Luis Obispo. Both in California, but not the same airport, of course. Entering your picture there. Looks to be... Is it? No. There it is. That is American Flight 2845 off to Salt Lake City in Airbus A321.
Have it stand switch and put it in the off position. With the pesky we've done with maintenance control, that will temperature coming out of the cabin vent by 20 degrees. Cabin while they get you an air start card over there. Okay, you're clear and broken. So you want me to go outside?
American Flight 2655 in Airbus A321 coming in from Portland, Oregon on runway DFW.
That will lower the about 20 degrees because it doesn't go through the whole air system once that switch is turned off, so you get more direct cool the PCA.
We are now waiting for the lady herself, the Boeing 747 Cargo Lux, which will be off to Luxembourg. And I haven't been checking our messages here recently. Sebastian Echeverria, hello to you. Glad to have you with us. Ms. Wolf says, sorry everyone, it's late in the UK and my bed is calling. Thanks for a great stream again, Runway DFW. Walt, I will see you all next time. Ms. Wolf, 13, a member of our Runway DFW Moderation Federation, and we are so happy that she could spend some time with us on this Saturday afternoon / evening for her. Thank you, Ms. Wolf 13, for everything you do for us. Plane spotting with Keith. Comfort of his recliner. What did I miss? Well, what we're waiting for right there is a look at our next view of a Queen of the Skies. Cargo Lux going out to its home base of Luxembourg. So hang on for that. Mrs. Runway DFW with the observation. More and more, it's like, who isn't plane spotting? Yeah, everybody's plane spotting. Durrani T says, hello there, Walt. I hope you're doing good. I'm doing quite well. A little warm here this afternoon. Not as warm as it's been. Our thermometer, which is kind of in the sun, says 100. I know it's not 100 in the shade. Let me put it in the shade and see if I can get a more accurate reading.
68, so it was groundbreaking in 68. I remember, not groundbreaking, but I remember once it was up.
Bay Park 18 left, grip takeoff, 303.
And I would recommend that anybody who is watching our chat room not patronize any of the bots that pop in there every now and again. John Franco is saying, I haven't been active in the chat today. I've been monitoring the Airlines flights affected by the fuel truck spill at New Haven, Connecticut. Airport is slated to reopen in an hour and 15 minutes. Huh. Well, I hope there was, I hope that was under control. That sounds serious. Bill Caldham says, is the 747 leaving before 6? It's 5:44 now, and it is lit up on the radar, and it is supposed to be appearing right there. So we should get a look at it as it emerges. And while we do, I would very much like to thank all of the members of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation who are volunteering their time to make sure that your visit to Runway DFW is an enjoyable one. So we hope that you will give a nice thank you to all of them for their kind work, their good work. We send our best to all of them, and we're so glad that we're lucky enough to have those guys all on board with us. And look what we have here. Well, hum to yourself the Queen theme because our iPad is still fried in the sun. And again, this one's going to be off in the wild blue yonder to Luxembourg, home base of Cargolux. Try to get my iPad in the shade a little more. A little more information about that fuel spill. If I can find my mouse. Where's my mouse? There it is. John Franco says the fuel truck driver took a curve too fast on a perimeter road and the driver's side door was on the ground. 4 flights were diverted to Bradley International Airport in Windsor Locks, Connecticut. And as I'm away from the tripod, the wind is now suddenly blowing my off trajectory there. There we go. So it's nice, it's kind of quiet here, and so we get to take a nice good look at this big bird. There's always a chance they'll send it over to the east side to take off to a European destination, but I don't know, I think they'll let it. What do you think? I think the odds are good. I'm going to say 75% that we'll see it take off right here on the west side. Cool 747, says Sebastian Claveau. And B. Guzman wants to know if this is live. Yes, it's live. There's the clock up in the corner of the upper right-hand corner of the screen. It's cargo 747.
10,000, runway 17 right for takeoff. Heading 160, clear for takeoff, American 786, setting departure.
Longtime viewers of Runway DFW know that we don't see any passenger 747s here, at least regularly scheduled ones. I did hear that there was it a Korean Air 747 that came in a week or so ago? On a day I wasn't here, of course. Never got the full story on why it was here. But I would have been I think I would have skipped work to see that. Let's get a comparison shot here with the E380 as the 747 goes by. I don't know, the question is, will 747 still be flying when the A380 has flown its last flight? There are currently no cargo versions of the A380, at least that I'm aware of. And of course the passenger versions of the 747 are more or less on their way out. Still have a handful of airlines flying them. I remember seeing a couple of years ago there was some proposed airline. I can't remember what the name of it was. They had a website, and their plan was to buy or lease a fleet of all 747 passenger planes, and just to do high density service between major cities in, I think it was the US. And they were, putting out hiring notices for pilots and personnel, and I don't know what happened to it, but maybe the pandemic got in the way of those plans. Japan Airlines, I think it was Japan Airlines, may have been ANA, but I know for a while that there was domestic 747 service, high density service with, and the seat configuration was all economy, it was just, they just did domestic flights within Japan. And in fact, I think there was a special version of the 747 that was made for that purpose. It didn't have to have long range. So we're getting a clearance for American Flight 1069 to take off, which I think we saw behind the Cargo Lux plane. That one's going to be off to Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. We say goodbye to Stephanie Hutchison. Have to run for the night. Hope all of you are having a great evening. Thank you for hanging out with us, Stephanie. Looks like you are a St. Louis fan based upon your icon there. I think we can now see the sun in our westward shot as it sinks in the sky. I am eagerly awaiting the evening hours here. There are those big engines, ready to blast off for Europe. You can even see the little Cargo Lux insignia there on the winglet. Down in front. Make sure we don't miss anything that's coming in as we are focused on the big bird. Got American Airlines Flight 2201 coming in from Denver. It'll be an A321, which is now on final approach to runway 18 left.
Runway 3814 on departure turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right clear for takeoff.
Departure turn left heading 160, maintain 10,000.
Runway 3718, runway 17 right, line up and wait. Maintain 10,000, runway 17 right clear for takeoff. Right clear for takeoff. 02, to retire, runway 17 right, line up and wait. 3814, cut departure.
Here comes a Frontier Airlines flight coming in from Cancun. Is that the Sea Otter? Or am I wrong? Nope, it's Bob the Badger on the tail of that A321.
American 1100 on the visual for 17 center.
1100, get to be there, runway 308, runway 17 center, clear to land.
And 17 center, 1100.
Daddy, look, there's an airplane.
Zero, maintain 10,000, runway 17 right clear for takeoff.
Runway 17 right for 160, heading clearly
3718, cut departure.
Got a flight coming in from Belize City, American Flight 844. It's a 737-800. Ending a 3.5-hour flight. And yet we wait for Cargo Lux to begin its journey to Luxembourg.
See you later.
Okay, Chuck. Good to see you. Huh?
I'll watch that departure from my truck.
Okay. Get cool. Chuck Tolsma, wearing his Airline Videos Live t-shirt, headed to his truck to stay cool and watch this plane take off. Always good to have him on the side here, tapping me on the shoulder if I'm about to miss something. He had his little folding chair and was able to hang out with us. Well, nearby us. But he could move his chair around and be in the shade. That was the good part. We lost the shade about an hour and a half ago. Maybe more. Amari says, great vid. Thank you, Amari. Appreciate that. Let's see if we can see what's on the side here. Can't quite read that on my... It's the city of Clairvaux, I think.
2221, what is your approach in anyone area? Land, 1 8 right, American 2221.
There it goes. Always worth the wait to see a Queen of the Skies take off or land, or even just taxi, or even just sit there. There it goes. All right. Coming in now from Querétaro in Mexico. It's an A319, American Airlines flight 2221. All right, how about some Alaska Airlines action for you? So Alaska Flight 717 off to Seattle. It's a 787-9. I'm trying to remember if American Airlines has any -9s. I think they're all -8s, the ones they have. Of course, they have some Maxes as well. hear in the background now American Airlines Flight 2979 coming in from Boise, Idaho. It's an A319, which we may see in our shot here momentarily. We'll watch that take off, and then we'll slide over here, and there it is. In time to see the nose wheel hit the tarmac. All right, a little break in the action here. There's our look at the sun going down. And plane spotting with Keith says American only had 737-800s and MAX 8s. That sounds about right. I have here on my little Kindle, if I can fire that up. Active mainline fleet of American Airlines as of April, I think this was, as of the first quarter of this year. So they had 274 737-800s, 42 MAX 8s American Airlines did as of April. So the 737-800 is their most, they have the most of those. And next in line is the A321. They have 218 of those. And let's see what comes after that. The A319, we see a lot of those. They've got 133 of those in the fleet. And the type of aircraft they have the least of, at least as of first quarter of 2022, would be the 777-300, of which they had just 20. So there's some fleet facts for you, courtesy of American Airlines. Got an A319 taking off. Where will it be going, you ask? The answer is coming up on Runway DFW. Going to San Antonio. Well, that's an A320. I was wrong about that.
The American 1959.
There you see American Eagle Flight 3342 and Embraer 175 on its way to Harlingen in South Texas. That plane you saw pop into your picture was landing from Grand Island. After an hour and 20 minutes in the air, CRJ 701 ER. Here's a destination that I have not, I don't think I've ever seen this on my radar. But we have a Sun Country plane, there it is. It's going to Bullhead City. And I live in this country. I've been around the USA for a while. I think I've heard of Bullhead City, but I have no idea where it is. Or why, well. So somebody fill us in on Bullhead City. Is it a vacation spot? Doesn't have a very good name for a vacation spot. Sun Country flies to a lot of vacation spots, of course. Have to figure it out. 17 Packers fans saying Arizona.
4072, DFW International 1304, runway 17 to land.
It is in Arizona. Located on the Colorado River in Mojave County, 97 miles south of Las Vegas, and directly across from Laughlin, Nevada, where casinos and ancillary services supply much of the employment for Bullhead City. So, there you go. Bullhead City, everyone. Who knew you could get there from here? But you can. On Sun Country. There goes an Amazon truck.
American 133 Heavy DFW Tower, wind 1104, runway 17 to land.
I suspect this is not a daily flight. Bullhead City, here we come. And so now for a look behind the scenes at Runway DFW. Here I am. There's my camera right here with the two phones on top of it, which I use to monitor the radar and look at other stuff while we're broadcasting. So the sun is behind us, and there are the magnificent clouds up in the sky. I may have to reposition my camera 3 here, because it looks like the clouds would make a much nicer picture. So I think I'll do that. Go to camera 2. Oops, there goes our battery. But I like to make it look like we've got 8 cameras here. So let's see what we can do about this.
On the heavy 787 on a 1 mile final.
Okay, let's check camera 3. Not quite what I was after. Fortunately, camera 3 doesn't have a viewfinder on it, so it's kind of trial and error. Let's see what we got here. No. Still got to reposition that a little more. Bear with us. It's got a very wide angle lens. That's a little more like it. Baby wants to know, when does the Qantas leave, or any big ones coming up? Well, we will be seeing the biggest of them all, the Airbus A380 British Airways, headed back to London. And I haven't checked to see what the updated departure time is. Here comes an Alaska Airlines jet. Coming in from Seattle, 787-9. We'll whip around over here to see this Frontier flight taking off, see if we can catch a glimpse of its tail. I'm going to say some kind of a bird. What do you think? I was going to Denver, flight 505, and that was Lewis, the greater sage grouse. So it is a bird, and we have seen that one before. So we're going to find out when the Qantas flight leaves. Let me check on that right now for you, shall I? I thought it left like kind of towards midnight. I'm not seeing it at all, but within the next couple of minutes we should be seeing a China Airlines 747. Where was that going? To Anchorage, on its way to the Middle East. So shall we see if we can greet that plane as we do, because we know We know where it comes out. Comes out right over there. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And our Runway DFW Moderation Federation Mod Gerard says the estimated departure of the British Airways A380 is 1957 or 7:57 here in local time. And Vince Las Vegas ought to know about the Bullhead City we were talking about before. That's on the Arizona side of the Colorado River across from the casinos in Laughlin. Cool little airport. So good to see. There's always somebody who knows what's going on here in the chat room. Bill Platt says with the silhouette, it's like an episode of MST3K. MST3K, one of the favorite programs of Mrs. Runway DFW and myself. They've had many iterations. I've helped them with their funding campaigns for their subsequent, for their more recent episodes. We welcome North Sky Aviation from Newcastle in the UK. Thank you for hanging out with us for a bit, North Sky Aviation. Hope you like what you see. And Mrs. Runway DFW notes that she and I were able to shake hands with the great Joel Hudson, the co-creator of Mystery Science Theater 3000. He made an appearance in Dallas to, I think he was getting some kind of an award, and he did a presentation, and we got there to this event a little early, kind of really early actually. We were the only ones who were sitting there in the middle of the audience, and we looked down towards the stage, and he and Joel and his brother were setting things up, their props or whatever they were using for their presentation. And so, Mrs. Runway DFW and I were just awestruck, and we were just looking at them, and then all of a sudden, next thing we know, they're walking up to us and introducing themselves to us. So it was quite a cool thing to meet the creator of the great Mystery Science Theater. So we have a connection. Well, back to airplanes. We're still waiting on the, well, we're getting photobombed there on that shot. Our next arrival is going to be American Airlines Flight 2379 from El Paso. It'll be an A319. El Paso is a city in West Texas. I'm in North Texas. Wow. So as that arrives, we are looking at, there's the tail of an American Airlines A319, which is going to be, no, I'm sorry, 737-800, which is off to Bozeman, Montana. So here's the Bozeman-bound flight. And it'll be getting ready to blast off as the El Paso flight checks in. Here it comes.
at Echo Kilo, cross runway 17 right, and got a ground point 65.
NW Park 1 left, code takeoff, American 2522. American 1964, visual 17 center.
American 1964, DFW Tower, wind 1007, runway 17 center, clear to land. Our next track runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Correct, good takeoff 17 right, 36. 1
We turn now to view the arrival of American Flight 2854 from Silao in Mexico. Oh, did that one even land? That was a very silky landing, wasn't it? I saw no tire contact. You know, you usually get that smoke when the tires hit the runway. Didn't see anything. Passengers don't even know that they've landed. Good job.
12166 Echo Kilo, cross runway 17 got a ground point 65.
Cross 17 right, 2166.
American 2916 Echo Lima, cross runway 17.
Larry Osborne says, I thought you were on this morning. Well, I was on yesterday morning. I don't know what time zone you're in, or part of the world you're in. But yeah, we were on Friday morning, and now we're here. And North Sky Aviation is saying, what is the temperature there this afternoon? Well, I can give it to you immediately in Fahrenheit, which is 95 degrees here in the shade. And I've never been able to calculate that in my head, but according to sources, it's 35 degrees Celsius. From Monterrey in Mexico, it's American Flight 1705 and A319. See if you can compete with that last landing. Oh, you know what? Maybe. I'd rate that as another Land O'Lakes landing. And for those of you who are foreign to us, that is a Land O'Lakes is a brand of butter here in the U.S. Very popular one.
Across line 11, 1 kilo ground, American 17.
Coming in now from San Diego is American Flight 313. And Airbus A321. We still haven't seen that China Airlines cargo emerge. I see it on the radar. No, I do not. So I guess it's possible that there's some anomaly. Oh, we're going to get a glimpse here of a Turkish flight coming in from Istanbul. No, we're not. We were too late to see it. We're going to catch a very short glimpse of it. You'll be able to see the tail there as it rolls past in just a second with the Dallas skyline behind it. It came in over on the east side, and there it is. So we missed that, sorry. So to make up for it, here's American Airlines Flight 2543 from Los Angeles. Does that make up for it?
Turkish 83 Juliet Heavy at Echo Mike, cross 117 right, contact ground 121.65, good day. Echo Mike, cross only 117 right, 117.5. 83 Juliet Heavy,
And there you see the big British Airways A380, which is due to depart in 90 minutes. Let me double check on that for ya.
American 2543. Sixth Avenue Bridge, American 2543.
Turkish Airlines flight we saw coming in is expected to depart at 8:15. We should still be here by then. And the British Airways flight is to go out at the easy to remember time of 7:57. So yeah, about an hour and a half from now, 90 minutes. There's still a Singapore Airlines flight, Singapore Airlines cargo flight scheduled for 6:40 p.m. That'll be a 747 to Brussels. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for that one on Runway DFW.
Turkish 83 Juliet Heavy Tower. American 163 Tower, 13011, only 177 for the line.
Outgoing now is American Flight 2318 and A321 to Los Angeles. I was going to try to check to see when that Qantas flight is going out, if it'll be something we can see. So I'm checking the Qantas website now. Flight status. Yeah, I was right. It leaves just it leaves around 11 o'clock Central Time. So we will not be here to observe the departure of the Dreamliner that's off to Sydney. It's got a little bit of turnaround time. It is parked not at a gate right now, but rather at a holding area. Where'd it go? There it is. And you see a Qatar tail behind it. So let us reset here. We are live at DFW International Airport in Texas. That stands for Dallas Fort Worth. You know, we've had people ask, "What is this? Where are you? What are we looking at?" And I think all the pertinent information is in our in the description of the broadcast. So if you want to check that, if you have any questions, that answers a lot of them there. So I hope that we will soon be having. There goes the Turkish Airlines plane way in the background there. It's coming around. Remember how long ago it landed? It took that long to taxi over here. It's got to get over here to the international terminal here on the west side of the airport. And in fact, if we just leave that shot up, eventually you will see it again. And in fact, what I'm going to do now is, because I have a thirst for water, I am going to, now that our iPad has cooled off a bit, I think I'll put on a little more music now for your dancing pleasure. So talk amongst yourselves, and I will get a drink of water, and I'll be right back on Runway DFW. I'm sure you've had quite enough of that. But I did get to finish off my first liter of water, so that's good. And then the music was playing, and I saw planes flying. I thought, well, I'll just hang out and shoot some planes while the music's playing. So we have our next special departure coming here, as you will see momentarily. I don't think you're seeing anything right now, are you? Well, you're kind of seeing this. This is Qatar Air Cargo, peeking out from behind those spectators. It is, as I recall, a 777. It's headed to Nagoya in Japan. There it is. We're getting an obscured view of it. And where's Waldo? There he is. No, I'm not going to throw rocks at anybody. This is Runway DFW. We'll get back to Qatar Air Cargo in just a minute, as soon as it enters our viewing space. Can't win for losing there. Trying to bring you this Delta departure. It's going to Salt Lake City. An A220. You probably heard the engine groaning. Well, there's the 777. Going to be headed to Japan. So I would expect we would see a heavy takeoff, as in it will use up a lot of runway. I'm gonna divert for another 777. This one's coming in from London Heathrow. So from one 777 to another. It's a 5-year-old aircraft, a 777-FDZ. If you're keeping track of such things. An American Airbus A319 is now taking off. You'll see it there coming in from your left for Wichita, Kansas. And off it goes. Wes Westbrook likes the look of that plane. And I-831 is noting that Nagoya is the hometown of Toyota. I've heard of that. In fact, Mrs. Runway DFW drives a Toyota. You'd think we had 13 cameras here, didn't you? So, lucky us, we'll get to see it take off for Nagoya, Japan, here on this side of the airport. As we should. Normally, westbound flights take off from over here. So let's listen to their engine roar on Runway DFW. Oh, there it goes. It's American Flight 1599 arriving from Las Vegas, Nevada, an Airbus A321. Moderator Gerard says, I'd rather take the bus than drive a Toyota Prius. Well, tell that to Mrs. Runway DFW. Next to depart is this 737-800 on its way to Palm Beach in Florida. What's going on there? Is that a door opening? Did I see something there? Maybe it's just a shadow. I thought between the wing and the fuselage there, I saw something flapping, but must have been an optical illusion. Strange. Of course, I'm just looking at it on a 2-inch monitor, so you may have the luxury of something, a larger screen, perhaps. We're approaching the 7 o'clock hour now here at Runway DFW. Let's pause for a second for a station identification, shall we?
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Hey there, hi there, ho there. We are live just before 7 o'clock at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. My name is Walt, and yeah, this is Runway DFW. We've been on the air now for 4.5 hours, and we'll be here for another couple hours, I would think, to bring you more action from DFW Airport, including about an hour from now, we should be seeing the departure of the British Airways A380 back to London. So hang out with us for that, and we'll see you through the evening here on Runway DFW. Okay, so I think you get what the name of the show is, and that we are indeed in color, and that it is Saturday, August 27th, 2022. There is the East Tower of DFW Airport with the hazy skyline of Dallas behind it, and in the middle, a bunch of American Airlines tails over at Terminal A. And so let's get back to looking at aircraft, shall we? Paul Gilpin says, where is JR's plane? Paul, you are kind of dating yourself there, I think. That's kind of an old reference. We're hip and modern here at Runway DFW, as you know. Yes, we play some music which may be a little old, and we do have some references which may not be au courant, but we're just trying to have some fun with y'all, with you all. Mrs. Runway DFW keeps admonishing me for using that Texas term as a Brooklyn boy. I should not be saying that. I should be saying use all. So that plane we saw land was American Eagle Flight 3971 from Tallahassee in Florida. And the one we saw just take off was going to Ontario, California. And now, get some idea of how far away things are from us. But it's an American A321 off to Denver. Flight 2235. And there's incoming flight American Eagle 5775, a CRJ 900 coming in from Panama City in Florida. Yeah, we're gonna swish pan over to this Volaris flight, which I believe is heading back to Guadalajara.
American 2753 RNAV is Farah, only 17 right, so take off. 2753. I have to be parked for takeoff 20 left, American 1807.
She got to do what she now or a year and a half? She could have done it long. She should have never quit. She should have. Her friend Lori, big gal that she works with.
American Flight 1807 on A321 off to Oklahoma City is what you're seeing there.
DFW Tower, American 2023, 18 right. 29, Euclid Tower, 17 right, line of flight traffic, will cross. 10 right, line up and wait for envoy 4129. Allow 18 right, American 2023. Pressure for left base, runway 16, 218.
We officially have a rush now, my friends.
1807, good day.
We've got planes lining up right and left here on runway 18 left. First out is this 737. It says American Flight 1430, but it doesn't. Flight radar does not opine as to a destination. So we're left to our own devices. So spin the wheel of destinations. Or consult your American Airlines timetable for the flight number. Yeah, and that this shot confirms that what I was seeing there between the right wing and the fuselage is actually a shadow of the winglet, which I mistook visually for like a door that was flapping open on the side of the plane using my tiny viewfinder. So, nothing to worry about there.
17 right, American 1555. Line up and wait, 18 left, American 364. Cross 17 right, kind of ground point 65, good day. 17 right, and Lima is 0.65, you're at 23.
Alrighty then. This looks to be American Airlines Flight 2417, 737-800 on its way to Mexico City. And as it is taking off, we are likely to see the arrival of American Flight 2029, an A321 coming in from the city by the bay, San Francisco. Let's see if we can get both of these in the same shot, shall we? So that is off to San Francisco.
Short of the runway, and you need to go back to the gate. I'll just move you. 2417. God, I'll let you know. I think we're going to take off.
This is American Flight 364, I believe, off to San Jose, California.
Oh, no problem. 24 Tower, 17 center for the land. 17 center, American 24 64. Shuttle 5079, RNAV track, 217 right, from takeoff.
And again, you saw the tail of the British Airways A380 in the background there. Now about less than an hour away from takeoff, according to the schedule. Gonna check out a landing of this flight coming in from Austin, Texas. American Flight 2224, 737-800. The most numerous plane type in the American fleet.
Behind them. Spirit on Juliet, American 522. RNAV to Sparrow, only 17 right, go take off. 17 right, RNAV Sparrow, American 522. Park, never take off, 1 left, 1240.
There you have American Flight 1241 there in the center of your screen, and Airbus A321. I'm sorry, it's an Airbus. Yeah, it's an A321, sorry. It's off to Seattle, and incoming now is American Flight 1832 from Denver, an A321. It's as though someone is controlling these flights from somewhere. Headed off to Calgary in Canada is the 737-800 you see on your screen right there. American Flight 2520. Kind of hanging out, chilling. North Sky Aviation with a question, is American Eagle just short flights? Well, it's a regional airline, but it has some flights that go, like for instance, it has flights to California and to the East Coast, but to smaller cities that Americans' mainline flights don't travel to. It also goes to destinations, some destinations in Mexico. So it's not exclusively short flights, but it doesn't fly overseas, except maybe to, well, except to Mexico, but it's not actually over a sea. You are looking east, almost due east from here, with the east tower of DFW Airport behind, sticking up behind there, with the skyline of Dallas kind of obscured. And we thank you for hanging out with us here at Runway DFW. Some thanks from Eric Yee, says, putting in good work. I hope he's referring to this broadcast. I hope he's also referring to our great team of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, who is greeting everyone and saying hello and answering questions and making some entertaining commentary for those of you in the chat room. Chuck Tolsma, who was here with us earlier, says perfect lighting. Yeah, it does look kind of cool at this time of day. Adam Serena says, hello Walt, 10 a.m. Sunday morning here in Australia. Thank you for this brunch edition of Runway DFW. Nice to tune in and see your sunset. So glad to have you with us, Adam. It's a pleasure to see you. We're getting a gust of wind here. I don't think it's endangering anything quite yet, but it's definitely the breeziest we've seen it so far. And we're kind of sitting on this shot because there's not a lot going on right now. Can show you the our cloud camera. And those clouds are going to really light up with the sunset. It should be very pretty as we go on through the night. So if we don't have a plane to watch, we can take a look at that. So takeoffs are on hold. Well, I guess now we're rolling. I had said where this plane was going, but I can't remember now. It's been so long, it's just been sitting there. Oh, did I see a Qatar Airways jet over there? Was that the cargo plane that we kind of lost track of? I think that's what it... Yes, that's the cargo plane, I think. No? I'll let you know in a minute. Yeah, we never saw that Qatar plane take off, did we? The cargo? Or did we? No, this is not cargo. Oh, we did see it take off. Get a little loopy if you've been out here for a few hours in the sun. He's going back to Doha, but typically they direct it over to the east side of the airport for takeoff, and it looks like that's what's happening here. So it's going to go over the bridge, over to the east side of the big airport. Hang out for a while over there until it gets the clearance to take off. See, the wind is kind of jostling our camera a bit. So we'll see if we can put that Qatar Airways plane on our tracker so we can detect when it comes, when it's getting ready to take off. Coming in from Santa Ana, California, the John Wayne Airport. It's American Airlines flight 2861, 737-800. Now touching down at runway 18 right.
2762
As the sun goes down, the wind is definitely picking up. We have a whole passel of planes that are ready for departure. We just have a plane come in from Santa Ana. Well, this one's going out to Santa Ana. Still have our shower curtains flapping in the wind here, which we had to quickly get from the official Runway DFW vehicle earlier this afternoon when we had just a brief sprinkle. It was enough that I was worried about our equipment, but it didn't last very long. That American Eagle plane you saw coming in, that CRJ 900, is coming in from Rapid City. And I can never remember if it's South or North Dakota. Sorry. I want to say South Dakota. I need to get me some airport flashcards. Maybe my 6-year-old grandson can help me with that. Here goes an an Emperor 175. Going to Monterey, California. So we're just talking about where American Eagle goes, and it does go to the coasts, but to smaller airports generally. And sometimes it'll go to some airports that the big airline goes to. I think American Eagle flies to Austin, as does American Airlines from this airport. Coming in from Fresno, California, is American Flight 2393, 737-800. It's like a tennis match at this time of day. This Embraer 175 is off to Monterey in Mexico. Flight 4157, American Eagle. Pardon? Yes. Either that or I'm just talking to myself. Either that or I'm just talking to myself. He asked if I was broadcasting. There you see the tangle of aircraft trying to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 planes, and about to be, I was going to say about to be joined by a Frontier aircraft, but it looks like the Frontier aircraft is veering off to the east side of the airport. Keeping my eye on that Qatar Airways A350 that's going back to Doha. Doesn't look like it's in position to take off yet. Looks like it's in a holding spot over there. So what we'll do is we'll try to catch it as it lifts off from behind the terminal buildings in the center of the airport, which is fun to see. There's a look at some of the clouds which are overhead. And again, it should make for a very nice sunset as the setting sun reflects off of those clouds. Xenox 593 says hello from France. Bienvenue to you, Xenox. Happy to have you with us. Spotter there. That plane coming in from South Texas, a city called McAllen, near the border with Mexico, after an hour and 13-minute flight, an Airbus A319. We've got a departure. It's American Flight 2697. This one's going to Los Angeles, an Airbus A321. I think the last time I checked, LAX was the destination with the most flights from here.
1638 southbound line, putting Echo Sierra ground 0.65, good day.
Gusts are picking up. See if I can. Here are the flags in the sunset. We're looking west, so those flags are pointing to the north, which means, of course, the wind is coming from the south. But it's definitely a stiffer breeze than it was when we got here this afternoon. Now we're looking east again. And there's an A319 American Airlines plane going to Santa Barbara, California. And at the same time we have a landing American Airlines plane coming in from Ontario, California. Whoa, that was a little jouncy. one for the pilot to put on their highlight reel, I would say, probably.
2737, no need to acknowledge special terms flying heavy B350 up short runway.
But it landed safely, that's the point. It looks like that Doha flight may be in position now to take off. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to point our camera this way, and we should see it in the sky just to the left of the central tower there. Once it starts rolling, so let's see if we can look out on this. It has been working out all right. And that was a plane, an American Airlines plane coming in from Salt Lake City. Flight 2065 in the foreground. You are about to see rolling in front of your camera another baby bus. American Flight 1312. Don't have a destination on that one yet. Oh, is this did I miss this? No, there it is. There's that Qatar plane. It took off heavier than I thought, so I was looking in the wrong place. So there it goes. The Qatar Airways A350 on its way, making the big bank to head to Doha on a very long flight. Not as long as the flight to Sydney, but probably within reach of that. We do hope that you will subscribe and like to our little shindig here. We broadcast from DFW Airport several times a week. We aim for at least 2, depending on the weather, but can be more sometimes if the weather is right and I get some free time. If I don't have too many honeydews. That was American Flight 1207 off to Tucson, Arizona. Arriving from Sacramento, California. American Flight 2078 and Airbus A321. I've so far seen no sign of the China Air Cargo flight, which was on the docket, so I don't know if we'll be seeing that. from Phoenix. It is there on your screen there. There it is. It's coming in on the east side. I thought we'd just take a leisurely look at it. It's an Airbus A321, American Flight 679. Glinting in the late afternoon sun. We're about to lose sight of it. There it goes.
American 2708, our next Sarah, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff. Set up 5887, got exposure.
As you see in the crawl below the screen, those moving words, we hope you will subscribe and like to Runway DFW. We like doing this for you, and it helps us grow and prosper and live long and all that stuff if you will click the like button and hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to let you know when we'll be broadcasting.
43 next Sarah, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
This is American Flight 2373, and we just see an American flight go out to Los Angeles. Well, here's another one. No, I'm sorry, this is to Las Vegas. Sorry. Vegas bound. We're going to stop down for the arrival of Iberia Flight 146 is coming in from Madrid, Spain, España. It is an A330. Our next arrival here on Runway DFW. That's not it. It's a little further out than I thought. There you see our cloud cover. And we welcome Jim Frace to our chat room. Hello, Jim. And I see you've already been welcomed by several of our users and also by our moderator, Bill Platt. Drew, I didn't catch your last name, but Drew just subscribed to our channel. Thank you, Drew. And we are awaiting the arrival.
Wait, why you left American 1482?
American 546, 60 down, runway 179, line up and wait.
Wait, 17 right, American 546.
Of the Iberia flight from Madrid. So hang on for that. Hang on to your hats. I gotta hang on to my hat here. It's really pretty windy here now.
18 right, clear to land, American 1497. Departure Air Shuttle 5976. Found out it's not an agent, it's a wheelchair person. Yeah, the wheelchair push person.
Here it comes.
American 546 on Espera, runway 179, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 17 right, American 546.
Okay, 13123, DFW tower, runway 179, line up and wait.
That line wait, so 3123.
So in the late afternoon summer sun, finishing up a flight of 10 hours and 18 minutes. It's a big old Airbus A330 checks in for arrival at Terminal D. That is a 5-year-old Airbus A320-202.
Kevin 3123. American 1844 to the high speed, active steer route, monitor ground at 0.65. Kevin 3123 on Espera, runway 179, clear for takeoff.
American 2237. Get more behind, Gatorade. I hear we're closing the door. You can just tell them to go ahead and go back.
Tower, American 398, initial 1. American 398, 50 down, 12016, runway 17 center, clear to land.
So I would like to say I didn't see it on my
Runway 179, clear for takeoff.
So right, clear takeoff on F0.
3524, DFW tower, runway 179, line up and wait.
we had a $5. Oh, there it goes. Tassel 73 has favored us with a $5 tip. Thank you. I didn't see it come in on my scrolling bar here. And from earlier, where was that?
81, DFW tower, 12013, runway 17 center, clear to land.
I see that Wonder Woman donated $2 through Super Chat, saying love the channel. There it is. So I'm doing these manual. They're supposed to come in automatically, and I apologize for that. So I don't want to miss any super chats. So thank you for that. And of course, earlier we had a donation from Michelle RS for $25. Thank you, Walt. Your streams get better and better. And Michelle RS is, of course, one of our moderators in the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. So I want to thank you all for that. Let's get back to some twilight plane spotting, shall we? Did I see something back there? That was American Flight 941 coming in from Albuquerque, but we might be a little interested in this departure.
Do you mind if I take a picture?
Oh, not at all. That, of course, is British Airways Flight 192 headed back to London Heathrow. And so we'll get to see it depart in the daylight for a change. And Tom Assel, thank you very much for that $5 donation. And our super chats are supposed to show up in my chat stream, and I haven't seen any, and so I must have done something wrong, or I must have a button pushed incorrectly, so bear with me for that. I do appreciate everyone who contributes to our efforts here. As I said earlier, my next goal is to get a camera that will do this airport justice at night. So we're going to stay on the air till it gets dark, and you'll see what we're up against. So it should be making a right-hand turn at some point, so it can come up to the north end of the runway for taking off. Because that's kind of like a battleship. You got to be careful how you turn that thing. This is one of two types of passenger planes with 4 engines that service DFW Airport. The other one is the A340, which Lufthansa flies in and out of here. Not today, but I think it's still on the schedule, but Saturday's flight seems to be not the A340. So I haven't seen it in person in a while. So you see the tail of the Qantas plane back there, and the Iberia plane, which is now pulling into Terminal D. Is that a Qantas plane, or is that a Qatar plane being pushed back there? I believe it is. Got all sorts of activity down there. I don't know if that, obviously that was in the parking area down there. south of Terminal D, so I suspect it's just being either repositioned or moved into place for a spot that's opening up at Terminal D.
459 visual, 18 right. 18 right, American 459.
Let's divert our attention now to an incoming plane that's coming in from Los Angeles. It's an A321, American Airlines Flight 1331. We continue to follow the saga of the Airbus A380 as it heads our way. And Bill Platt is, I think, only half joking, saying thanks to your tips, Walt can upgrade from shower curtains during the rain to moderators holding umbrellas in person. We thank you, I think. Don't worry, I wouldn't ask you to do that. Maybe I could get a special elevated shelter here, kind of like a press box, you know, with air conditioning and plate glass windows and hardwired internet, things like that. That'd be kind of cool. So it's got a little ways to go until this plane does, until it gets to the takeoff position. We'll follow it along. How many of you have been on board an A380? Anybody in the audience? I mean, from what I've heard, it's a very smooth ride. And we just had another new subscriber whose name is Billy, but oh, Brady Ganyabadi. So thank you for subscribing, Brady. Sorry if I mangled your name. We're getting closer to takeoff. Sure looks beautiful in the afternoon light. So here we go for the first time on Runway DFW in the daylight. We get to see Big Bird taking off. Speed Bird. This is as close as we get to one of these.
Ground point 85, American 459.
So to everybody on the upper deck and the lower deck, we wish you a comfortable and safe flight back to London. MVHSM says Runway DFW. My coworker flew on that A380 on July 15th. Flew it from Boston to London. That's cool. And Bill Platt says, our moderator, there's recent video on YouTube of the last 380 built, still in half primer, doing a wing wave during its inaugural flight. I think I remember seeing that. That was pretty cool. And Roger Williams quips, I haven't been on an A380, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express, which is definitely an upgrade from a Motel 6 here in the U.S. Okay, I think we're headed out here. Can you see that pink cloud there?
American 2587 Concert Turbulence, start nav track, runway 17 right clear for takeoff. American 1123 DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, American 1123.
Offshore, new 179 kilo 8. Offshore to 179 kilo 8, okay. American 1123 on abstract, runway 17 right clear for takeoff.
23 on abstract.
2587, got departure.
Sure, 2587.
2237 DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line up and wait.
17 right, line up and wait, American 2237.
Again, 2237 on abstract, runway 17 right clear for takeoff.
17 right clear for takeoff on abstract, American 2237.
3555 DFW Tower, runway 17 right, line up and wait. 23 got departure.
1123, good night.
Again, 796 DFW Tower, wind 12012, runway 17 center for the land.
Land 17 center.
Altimeter 2976.
Maybe we'll just follow it all the way to London.
And 1736 offshore, runway 17 right at Echo Lima.
Last stop is for head anymore.
I was just looking beyond my camera lens. I can't see it with my eyes anymore.
Boy, 3555 on abstract, runway 17 right, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 17 right, 125.
Again, 2237 got departure.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, goes 3077.
think we're about to lose it. Well, maybe not. We won't follow it all the way to London.
American 1618 to Lake Costa 17 right, I got a crown of 0.65. To land on the way, I'm 3698. 36 Echo Lima Costa 17 right, I got a crown of 0.65.
7 right, Echo Lima, drop 0.65, American 1736.
Well, I think we've about exhausted it.
07, 0, right. Right, American 407.
Bye-bye A380 until next time. Looks like it's, you know, it's turned like it's going to Los Angeles, but I suspect it's going to be, yeah, you can see it banking to the right, so it'll just head north. They're going to circle around the airport.
Plan left, Missy Golf, line up and wait, runway 3863.
So I'm about to run out of turning room here. So I guess that'll do it.
I think you guys might want me to take a look at that. Try calling them at 31.
The A380, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, at the top of runway 18 left, got all sorts of activity going on. Not in that shot, but well, there's one of the planes breaking out, an Embraer 175 American Eagle, headed out to Billings, Montana.
Tower, Southwest 3459, on stage for runway 13 left. 13 left, clear to land, southern surface.
It's American Eagle Flight 3863. If my eyes focused correctly.
Larry, go for takeoff, American 997.
We won't follow this one all the way to Billings, because we've got a 777 going out. This one's going to Buenos Aires. Where'd it go? I'll show it to you here. Here we go.
5726, turn at the high speed at Echo Lima, cross runway 17 right, turn left on Lima, got a ground 0.65.
Does make quite a roar.
3781, just to the 12014, runway 17 clear to land.
Top of 328.
And you can see we've officially arrived at twilight here at the big airport. Now that it is 8 o'clock, and at 8 o'clock we welcome you in to Runway DFW, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, the second busiest airport in the world. We have quite a crowd here assembled for nighttime activities at DFW. People like to come out, just watch planes. Some take pictures, some just gawk. Kids come out, it's fun. And this is a fun time to watch planes too because of the lighting. That is American Airlines Flight 2597, a 737-800 on its way to Burbank, beautiful downtown Burbank, California. If you are new to Runway DFW, we welcome you. We do live streaming from this airport usually at least twice a week, sometimes 3 if we can sneak it in. We try to be here for special events like the return of the A380 and the arrival of Air France and Finnair. And so if you can't be here by your own means, we're happy to take you here virtually. And if you miss a broadcast, you just want to sit back and relax for a while, then by all means, watch one of our replays. There's a plane coming in on the east side of the airport. John Franco with an update on that fuel truck at New Haven Airport. The airport there is now open for business. Flights from Bradley are trickling in, and departures are finally released, way behind schedule, as they say, across the pond. And our moderator, Bill Platt, says it's so cool to see kids at the park, just chilling and mesmerized by the planes. They are the future of us. And they are. And, you know, they may not all be paying attention to the planes, but they're kind of absorbing the scene here. We've got Alaska Flight 703 off to Seattle. One of their 737-900s. There it is. So it is our latest flight to depart here for you on Runway DFW. That was American Eagle Flight 3718 coming in from Fort Smith in Arkansas. Just a 40-minute flight. There goes Flight 2698. 737-800 American Airlines off to Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Confirm for American 1960. American 1960.
Next to arrive at the big airport. There's a destination I haven't seen before. I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's from Kamayagua. Kamayagua. C-O-M-A-Y-A-G-U-A. It was a 3-hour and 2-minute flight, but I honestly I've never heard of that airport, that destination. I don't know. This, I believe, is headed out to Kansas City, this 737. Unless I've missed something. Yes. It's American Flight 1916. And the wind continues to pick up a pace. Okay, Adam Serene is clarifying that that plane was coming from Honduras, with the name I was having trouble pronouncing. The wind is kind of shifting to the east-southeast, I would say, at this time. And it's picking up in velocity. We have for you this 737-800, flight 1273, off to Reno, Nevada. And I have to say, at this point, I'm wondering if we're ever going to see that China Air cargo plane emerge. Let me check our departure board here. So Turkish Airlines flight to Istanbul is supposed to leave at 8:15. Not too long from now. But over the next hour, I don't see any Queens of the Skies that are going out. Checking the incoming flight. I don't know if you can see it there in this shot. The second tail from the left there, and it's kind of blurry because our camera is losing focus in the dark, but that's the American Airlines Astrojet special livery. And Eric Lara just subscribed to our channel. Thank you, Eric. Good to have you with us. We've seen it a couple times before. I'm looking at my computer screen now. It's the only way I can see it, but unfortunately it's not very distinct, but you can kind of pick it out from the other tails. Spirit flight coming in from Cancun. It's an A220. Let's see if I can pick out that American Astrojet tail here on this camera. Not really much better. But there it is there in the center of your screen. I'm now doing some trying to find out why my iPad is out of power. I've had it plugged in. Let's see, where else can I plug it in? Let's try this.
22, guys.
John Franco says he's glad to know I'm not the only one who hates the new American Airlines livery. I'll always remember the metallic livery from the 80s and 90s, and I kind of feel the same way. As does our moderator Bill Platt, who says America needs a new livery desperately. I can't stand the basic base coat with someone deciding, let's just place an American flag that doesn't fit in with anything on the tail.
Copy. I called them downstairs.
And we have a note from Clive who says, great looking stream this evening, Walt. Excellent pictures. Thank you, Clive. I know that at this time of night, with these cameras that I have, it can get a little murky sometimes, so bear with us. We do have a mode that we can go to on our main camera that can brighten things up a little bit, and I'll switch over to that probably in the next 10 minutes or so. Well, we got some flights incoming. First one from Birmingham in Alabama. We've got a United plane now, you see there, making its way to the top of runway 18 left. This is United Flight 2005 on its way to San Francisco. It's an A319. And if we still have batteries left.
A blast from the past. 1998.
2132, fuel H Foxtrot 179, got a ground point 65.
So a 20th century jet for you there.
2005.
On its way to the city by the bay.
23, got a departure.
Park American 1923.
Air gain 668, gets to be down runway 179, line up and wait.
Last way, Spirit Wing 666. 1051 for 177. 9 Alpha 14.
That's finished for the land.
And sorry, last aircraft on? 2449 at Alpha 14, window wash.
It appears to be turning and burning.
Clear wing 668, RNAV track runway 179, clear for takeoff.
Cup 17 right, RNAV track Spirit Wing.
And there goes our focus. I had a nice viewer write into me and saying, you know, I notice your pictures go out of focus sometimes. Why don't you just use manual focus? And I grew up with manually focused cameras, and I kind of poo-pooed the autofocus. Oh, here it is. What is this? It's another Air Canada Express, I think.
Tower 273 X-ray Alpha, Victor Michel's communication.
4180, DFW Tower, wind 12014, runway 17 center, clear to land.
This is Air Canada Express Flight 8981, operated by Jazz Aviation, so give it some jazz hands. After a 2-hour and 44-minute flight from Toronto. And now,
American 1525.
it's definitely getting to the point where I cannot see the planes with my eyes, but I can through the camera lens.
Then you can let the fuel folks know we need to be brought up to 20.020.
It's American Eagle Flight 3770 on way to Des Moines, Iowa. And there it goes. Not much to see in the sky anymore. The clouds seem to have either dissipated or we just can't see them anymore. But it's definitely looking like nighttime here. Kind of looking for a little different angle on our camera 3. Let's see what we got here. No, that's not what I was looking for.
American 51 and Echo Kilo, crossing 179, got a ground point 65.
Let's try this. Kind of off kilter, I would say. Let me see if I can look at that picture on the monitor as I re-aim here. I'd like to get my horizon a little straighter there. There's going to be some curvature because of the because of the very wide angle lens, but I guess that's about as good as I can do right now. Okay, I think I'm about to switch over to night mode here, but let's get this one last flight coming in. I believe this is coming from Springfield. SGF.
And was that 1445?
Yes, sir. It's Runway DFW. An inquiry from a potential viewer. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Push this button, push that button. Push that button, do this.
Runway 17 right, give way to the Airbus off your right, and left on Lehman, cut across 0.65.
Alright, so now on camera 1, it's going to look a little different. We've activated night mode, which is an infrared mode, which it collects a little more light. I don't think it's going to blow your socks off, but there it is. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I don't know that the focus is going to be any better, but we'll give it a try. I've only done some minimal experimentation with this mode. And yes, this is definitely not Nighthawk. We have our own name for it, but that will debut at a later time, I think. Let's try an arrival here, shall we? Coming in from Brownsville in South Texas, it's American Eagle Flight 3631 and Embraer 175. Maybe I can just shoot a whole program with this filter on Halloween. Bill Caldham says, love the stream at this time. Thank you, Bill. See, do we have anything going out? It's hard for me to see now whether there's anything that's getting ready to leave at this time. So we do on another arrival. This is going to be United Flight 1235 coming in from Denver in A350. Is that right? Did I say that? No, an A320, sorry. Getting some UFO type shots here. Well, John Kennedy was saying, I was going to say, does United have A350s? No, I don't think so. I misspoke there as I was shooting and glancing over at my screen. I said to myself, Walt, United doesn't have any A350s, or at least they don't fly any in here if they have some. Chuck Tolsma is saying, I believe that night cam and lens is about $3,000. I think you're about right there, Chuck. I have priced that out. And so it's a little down the road for us here at Runway DFW, but if, you know, our subscription base keeps growing and we get the occasional donation from or two along the way, then I think we may get there maybe before the end of the year. So at the bottom of the screen, you'll see the information about how you can subscribe and like to Runway DFW. You can leave us a super chat tip. You know, if I only knew that, like, Bill Gates or Elon, one of those guys was watching, you know, and they're like tripping over bags of money in one of their mansions, and you know, they just need to get rid of some of that. It's just kind of clogging up the place. So this would be the place to send it, or one of the places to send it. I'm sure there are lots of other more needy organizations around the world. So I'd suggest that you send the bulk of your money there. But if you've got another couple $100 to throw our way, Bill or Elon or one of you guys, just you know, toss it over here. Toss us a little over here. Douglas is saying, do you have night vision now? No, not really. My camera is capable of what they call an infrared mode. My main camera, camera 1, and that's what it looks like. It takes off an infrared filter, and so it lets more light into the camera and gives it kind of a greenish tinge, and it does a little better job at presenting things at night, but it's really not night vision. It doesn't have a high-end sensor in the camera that would allow us to do that. I'm gonna show you something here. Let me try this out on you. See if I can get to it here. So here is what my camera presents as night mode color. And do you see how nice and bright everything is? But wait till you see this plane come into view here. And you'll see it looks like it's going at about 10 or 12 frames a second. Because this mode lets in more light by taking longer exposures. So it's a much brighter picture, but it's not action worthy. If you're taking still frames or, you know, a still scene, it looks okay. But actually we can get some kind of wild views that way. Let me see if I can give an A/B comparison to the shot that our camera 2 has. Didn't even focus right, did it? Anyway, it's not really worth what we can see the difference so in terms of brightness of the picture, but it's still kind of blurry. So anyway, that's what we've got to work with at night. I think it's coming to that time when we need to say so long at 8:30. I think we've seen everything that is of major import coming and going. As we look towards the northern sky, you can kind of see the planes twinkling in the sky as they approach. But we don't have any jumbos coming in, any heavies. So I think we're going to call it a day here at Runway DFW. See, we've been on the air for 6 hours and 3 minutes. So that's a pretty good chunk of time, yeah? And we'll be back later this week. I don't know yet what day we will choose to hang out with you. That depends to some extent on the weather and the wind. If the wind is coming from the north, it doesn't make for a very good broadcast for us. So we'll just kind of wind things down as we point our infrared lens at Terminal D, the international terminal here. And we are about to say so long to you all. Well, that's it for Runway DFW for this Saturday, August 27th. It's been my pleasure to bring you live activity from DFW International Airport in Texas, and we'll be back soon. So until next time, I want to thank all of our Moderation Federation for their fine work today. They are really the backbone of Runway DFW, and my heartfelt thanks to all of you, and to all of you who watched today. And as we always say here on Runway DFW, happy contrails to you until we meet again. So long, everybody.
Stay tuned for Gomer Pyle next on most of these CBS stations.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.